Recording in progress.
Tumelo, can you hear me? Tumelo, can you hear me? Tumelo, 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 can you hear me? Tumelo, 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 sound check, sound check, sound check, sound check, sound check, sound check, sound check.
This filter tells you if you have yellow teeth.
Sound check, 2 minutes. Sound check, 2 minutes. Can you hear me? Sound check, 2 minutes.
1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. You know the problem. It's just
1, 2.
okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello, everybody.
Sound check. 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2.
Can hear you. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
We're good to go.
Recording stopped. Good morning. There's an echo here. Good morning, colleagues. Check one, check. Check one, two.
Colleagues,
Sound check. Sound check.
good morning again. Who's logged in to the meeting, please mute your device because it's making feedback. So whoever is here who's logged into the meeting, please just check and make it sure it's on mute, because that's what's creating feedback at this stage.
Sound check 1 2. 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 Sound top.
1 2 1 2.
poverty by understanding its various dimensions and complex interconnections. We have to share the latest research and innovative interventions and foster partnerships to enhance collaborative efforts in poverty reduction. Spark a focused national dialogue on the unique challenges and opportunities in tackling multidimensional poverty in South Africa. We have to equip members of parliament with practical skills in multidimensional poverty analysis, monitoring and evaluation to enhance their oversight roles. We have to facilitate the exchange of best practices and lessons learned through direct interaction with international experts and policymakers. We should lay the foundation for a successful and impactful MPPN high-level meeting in 2025. We have an engaging and full program planned over the next 2 days, and we eagerly look forward to your active participation. Thanks very much. As we have indicated that we are behind time, we will try to gallop. I hope that Honorable Frolic, the chairperson, the CLC will join us any time from now. It's still another planning meeting of Parliament. So he's going to join us from now. But we'll have to continue by the time he arrives. We'll give him a platform to give the keynote address. Let me for now request Dr. Tunsan Jagis, the PBO director, to come and do the introductions, and welcome. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, all protocol observed. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Chair, to give the remarks. My name is Dumisana Janjis. We had a bit of a glitch with ICT and we sorted it out. I won't take a lot of time, but I think I want to firstly thank you all for making time for the sessions today. Today on the United Nations Day of Eradicating Poverty, we gathered not only to acknowledge the plague of poverty, but to also reaffirm our commitments to support efforts in eradicating poverty. The Multidimensional Poverty Peer Network Roundtable meeting we're having today and tomorrow is a testament to our collective concerns and and collective ideas, collective thinking in addressing poverty in all forms of dimensions, as the Chair has said earlier. I'd like to extend our gratitude to the MPPN secretariats, our partners in this initiative, to each one of you today, both in person and virtually, joining us virtual platform. Your presence really underscores the importance of this gathering and shared responsibility we bear in tackling this global challenge of poverty. Let me begin by extending our heartfelt appreciation and acknowledge the Parliamentary Budget Office, Advisory Board members, House Chairperson, and Committee Chairpersons, members of Parliament here in person and virtually. I know it is a busy day today. You might have seen colleagues when coming in. It's a very busy day in Parliament's program. We thank you so much for being here today. A special welcome to our virtual participants who was already here early in the morning, many of them on time. We do thank you so much for joining this important dialogue, especially those who are in different time zones. We've got colleagues who are, it's early in the morning, others still at night. Really thank you so much for joining us in this regard. Your commitment to overcome these barriers, to be part of this conversation, is truly very, very appreciated, particularly noting that it's different time zones. I'd like to recognize and welcome our guests, presenters, resource persons from academia community, business community, for organized labor, government and civil society, and all other participants who are here today. You have made this roundtable to be really inclusive and a real, supposed to be a roundtable, but there's no table here, but you know, but well, I assume it's a roundtable, you know. They often say it's either you are in the round at the table or you are the menu. So at least all of us here are not the menu, show that we're at the table. Thank you so much for making it to this. Poverty, as we know, is a complex and multifaceted phenomenon. It extends far beyond mere lack of income and encompasses a multitude of deprivations that hinders individuals and communities from reaching their full potential. To effectively combat poverty, we need to comprehensively understanding its various dimensions and the sophisticated interrelations as well. The MPPN has been at the forefront of developing and promoting multidimensional indices over time, powerful tools that provides more nuanced and holistic picture of poverty than traditional income-based mechanisms. These indices enable us to identify specific deprivations faced by different populations groups, thereby facilitating targeted interventions that address the root cause of poverty. And this meeting really would empower us and also our members and colleagues in understanding these approaches and how we use them as part of our side too. South Africa has long recognized the value of multidimensional poverty indices, and we are proud of our National Statistics Office that has developed our own MPI over the years, SAMPI. I know Mr. Suleiman Molai is here today, will give us more details about SAMPI later in the day, so I won't steal his thunder at this stage. The question is, I guess, for me, is how has SAMPI has been instrumental in shaping South African poverty reduction policies and ensuring that our interventions are evidence-based and impactful. So there's more very provocative questions which I hope in the next 2 days we'll try to answer as a group. SAMPI has also allowed us to align with growing international trends towards measuring poverty beyond traditional money matrix methods, as emphasized in the concept paper of this meeting. While we acknowledge that this meeting is particularly significant for the 7th Parliament administration, as it's just recently started, it will still stimulate the focus national dialogue on the unique challenges and opportunities we face in addressing multidimensional poverty. The discussion will equip our members of Parliament with valuable knowledge, as the Chair has noted, tools about multidimensional poverty analysis, monitoring methods, evaluation, and empowering them to conduct effective oversight when looking at the use of budgeting and address some of the issues. The meeting will further facilitate exchange, best practice lessons, learned through direct interactions with international experts and policymakers. The objective of this roundtable meeting are really intrinsically aligned to Parliament of South Africa's overarching mission for eradicating poverty, but also further aligned with our, as a PPO, specific mandate to analyze the budgetary implications for its impact on the poverty reduction in South Africa. So it's very quietly aligned. The PPO has been persistent in its commitment to assessing the impact of the budget on reducing or addressing poverty and other social challenges in particular. So this roundtable will further enhance our efforts by incorporating forward-looking economic modeling mechanisms to determine the likely impact of the policies on poverty, particularly the budget on poverty and its multidimensional format. Hosting this meeting elevates South Africa, in our view, standings as a leader in exploring various approaches in poverty reductions efforts on global stage. This meeting will strengthen the existing relationships and cultivate new partnerships with international organizations and stakeholders, as we have very variety set of stakeholders in this regard. It further provides an invaluable forum for members of parliament to really engage directly with the experts and the practitioners and fostering deep understanding of the multifaceted nature of the poverty. The insights and knowledge generated during this meeting will be instrumental in forming and shaping our national policy debate discussions about dealing with socio-economic issues in our country. In our view, they will ensure that our interventions are targeted, effective, and sustainable, ultimately leading to more just, equitable society for all. Lastly, further, this roundtable serves as a necessary preparatory step for more further engagements within this regard, and also continuous checking the progress in assessing and looking at how poverty is being addressed in South Africa, looking at the policy interventions. I urge each of you present here in person and virtually to actively participate in discussions and share your experiences. Together, let us harness the power of the knowledge and collaboration to accelerate progress towards dealing with poverty in South Africa. Thanks so much, Chairperson, and welcome all. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Chanchis, for the welcome. Let's move to the next speaker, Ms. Corinne Michel, Executive Director, Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative. Over to you, Corinne.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here representing the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative at the University of Oxford as the Secretariat of the Multidimensional Poverty Peer Network. Thank you especially to the Parliament Budget Office for co-hosting this event with us, and to everyone in the room and online for joining this important discussion. The MPPN, the Multidimensional Poverty Peer Network, began in 2013 as with the aim of trying to foster peer learning on issues around multidimensional poverty, meaning poverty that is not just lack of income, but also encompasses other dimensions such as education, health, living standards, housing, etc. South Africa is on the steering committee of the MPPN alongside China, Colombia, and Bangladesh, and also hosted the 2018 annual meeting. So we're very happy to be back here for this important event, building off of the existing work. Since it was first developed in 2008, the MPI has rapidly expanded. It's now reported towards the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, specifically towards Indicator 1.2.2. It was included as a tool for monitoring the UN's third decade for poverty eradication, and it's also was in the 2019 Global Sustainable Development Report of the United Nations. Well, the UN and OP compute a global measure of multidimensional poverty for international comparisons. The MPI itself is flexible and can and has been adapted to different country contexts and priorities, which make it a useful tool for tracking progress for countries, for government targets on poverty reduction. There are now more than 40 countries that have national MPIs, including the Zambia and South Africa, which we will hear more about later. These innovations at the local level, at countries and even at more local levels, to better understand and address multidimensional poverty, are driving the expansion of this measure and efforts to more effectively improve the lives of people living in poverty. So we're ways in which the MPI can inform poverty reduction policy making in this country. Thank you very much, and looking forward to the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Colin, for your input. Where are we now? Group 4.
I think it's Sabina now.
Where are we?
I think we're going to this one.
Sabi.
This one.
Oh, so we skip.
Right.
Because
He'll come later.
So you suggest that we go to Sabi.
Exactly. Yes.
Comrade Sylvia, it's your opportunity now to come and chat. I'm done with the opening session.
Thank you very much, PBO. Let me take this opportunity to greet and welcome everyone present here. Let me acknowledge members of Parliament who are here, stakeholders, those who are part of this meeting, civil society, our academia, everyone who is here today. My name is Sylvia Ngumalo, member of the NCOP. I'm a permanent delegate from Mpumalanga, the place of the rising sun. Whenever you touch the item on poverty, I know poverty firsthand. I'm from a very rural area where we normally go and collect wood in the field, where we normally wake up in the morning and go to fetch water in the river. Sometimes there's no water, you have to wait, the long queue and everything, and also to make sure that you go to school. So sometimes we'll be late for school just because of all this thing, especially when we are a girl child. So whenever today we are gathered here to talk about poverty, really it's a touching thing to me. And also to say that from my political side, we normally say there's a triple challenge, which poverty is one of those. To make sure that we close the gap between the poor and also those who can be able to afford whatever. So with these few words, I want to say we are here for a very, very important item that all of us, we must come up with a solution to bridge the gap, because we could see that in terms of the research, it's not saying good about those who cannot. So, but with these few words, you are all warmly welcome to this meeting. So without any delay, because today it's one of those very busy day in Parliament. So without any delay, I'm standing on behalf of my chairperson, Didi Malolo Khwase, who can't be here with us today just because of other commitment. So without any waste of time, I think we'll go straight to the item that talk to the am I correct? You need to correct me on the oversight evaluation of Multidimensional Poverty Index as a global standard. So without any waste of time, I think we'll have to call Professor Sabina. I've got a friend by the name of Sabina Akire, OPHI Director, just to give us the index in terms of poverty. So without any waste of time, I will allow Sakina to take us through, if she's here. Okay, oh, she's on visual, thank you. No, thank you very much, Sabina, for the presentation. It's quite interesting. But what Colombia has done to make sure that they reduce poverty, it's one of those questions. Thank you very much for that. I think we'll have to wait a little bit. We have been joined by the chairperson, Honorable Frolik, with us here. So I will allow Honorable Mafangani just to do the correct thing so that we allow him, because we skipped that item just because it was still coming. So Honorable Mafangani, just do the correct thing so that he can take us through the president, the welcome. Thank you.
You are chairing, you have to invite him to the stage.
Okay, I
You are
thought
in
maybe.
charge.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will allow the chairperson to come through so that he can be able to address us, and after that we'll go back to the normal program. Chairperson. There's no Kamalama there.
No, good morning to the honorable members, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance, as well as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development that I see in the audience, as well as the director and the staff of the Parliamentary Budget Office. Also told there are other guests that are attending, either physically or virtually. And to the tail end of the last presentation, it's very, very interesting. And I trust that the director will share that information when the Parliamentary Budget Office Board convenes for the first time in the 7th administration. May I also recognize the representatives from organized labor that is here. Thank you, Tony. Thanks for attending. It's good to see you. And it shows the importance of what the topic under discussion deals with, the multi-dimensional poverty discussion that is taking place. I must apologize for the Honourable Speaker of the National Assembly and also for my delayed arrival here, because we were busy with the Programming Committee to see what Parliament in the National Assembly will be doing for the next few weeks. And it will be very interesting to see how the Program of Parliament, Dr. Janki, the Honourable Maswangani, the Honourable Chairperson of Small Business Development, the parliamentary program can be influenced by this important discussion that is taking place here, either through the portfolio committees or through subjects for discussion in the House that can be forwarded by any political party. I will unfortunately, after this presentation, have to return to the office, because this afternoon the President of the Republic is answering questions in the National Assembly, and there is some preparatory work that needs to be done. Suffice to say that having looked at the questions, Tony, there is no question on poverty from the political parties. 6 questions to the President, nothing dealing with poverty, inequality, and also unemployment. And that is the triple challenge that we continue to face as Parliament embarks on the critical work of oversight and holding the executive accountable in the 7th administration. And as you are aware, that the country formed the 7th administration since the 1994 breakthrough out of apartheid. I must indicate that during the election campaign that I participated in, you continuously come to certain areas of extreme poverty. It's in your face. Now, when you walk into a house, and it takes you back about 10 years ago when you were there, and you could see that people were making a reasonable living. They were actually doing, and we would have termed them middle class. And going back to those houses now, the outside of the house, Dr. Janki, still looks beautiful. It's clean, it's neat, but when you open the door, you are now confronted by people who have slipped into abject poverty.
because you can smell it, you can see it. I've grown up under poverty, and you can easily pick up that the situation of people has deteriorated due to the rising levels of inequality in our country. And unless we address that, we will continuously grapple with persistent poverty and the reliance of people on state support just to survive. It is now over 30 years that we have enjoyed the freedom from apartheid. In the first 5 years of democracy, the task was to de-establish apartheid structures through green papers, white papers, laws that have been made, laws that have been repealed, to address those immediate tasks. And the years that followed focused on making democracy deliver, especially social services. I'm reminded by the scorecard of the Statistician General in 2006 that reflected on the living conditions of especially women, black women, and also on the challenges that confronted children at the time. And the remark was made, and the statistics is there to say there were fewer. So the impact from government was felt in those initial years. And it takes me back to the RDP and what that RDP office that I believe was prematurely close was supposed to achieve and were achieving. Far fewer thirsty because water was there, it was at the steps. May not be that each and every household had a potable tap, but it was there. There was also lights. People could see at night what was happening around them. We are also aware that the changes that took place, especially in urban centers, and the fact that people were now free to move around, put extra pressure on government to provide more electricity, more water, more cleaner forms of energy for lighting, cooking, and heating. And 30 years on, the report card of the Statistician General suggests that our democracy is now in a space where we're required to govern differently. Or we need new and different tools of governance. Faced with this challenge, today we meet here in the precincts of Parliament, exactly 4 months after the Government of National Unity was formed, and a number of stakeholders have been invited to think through the establishment and adoption of new instruments of power. 30 years later, things have changed. And we need these analytical tools so that we can reflect, but also make informed and better informed decisions on the policies, the trajectories that must be changed, so that it must be in favor of the poorest of the poor. The Multidimensional Poverty Index was officially adopted by the UN as one of the Sustainable Development Goals indicators in 2017, and it's defined SDG 1.2.2 as the proportion of men, women, and children of all ages living in poverty in all dimensions according to national definitions. There's also a number of, and it was new instruments that were introduced from the United Nations Committee of Experts on Public Administration. And in 2018, they identified 3 hosts of 11 principles. I won't mention all of them, but the arc of them are the principles of effectiveness, accountability, and inclusivity. Through relentless implementation of these governance principles, we can ensure that governance, the way the state manages the resources, and the way citizens are uplifted out of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, can be radically improved to yield to the now popular slogan to say that we must leave no one behind. But we must also at one stage, Dr. Yankee, unpack what we mean with leave no one behind. Leave no one behind with what and from what. And who must move forward. To these ends, I'm also aware of groundbreaking studies using the multidimensional poverty measures in South Africa as a tool of oversight. And I'm glad that the Parliamentary Budget Office has, in its economic modelling approaches, have been working through the ADRS and will take advantage of this model and regularly provide members of Parliament with an analysis to provide forward-looking information in an attempt to deal with poverty in its multidimensional format. In that way, we as members of Parliament and legislators can be empowered to understand and thereby interrogate the extent to which policy designs of the executive can be successful in addressing poverty, over what periods, and in what spaces. In these 2 days of roundtable discussions that will take place, a number of representatives from the private sector, whose business and industrial work happens in communities, within municipal spaces, have been invited, and it perhaps opens a window for new instruments of power to be further explored to be beneficial to the people of the country, that can influence the district development model on which a lot of hope is actually anchored to successfully deliver on the government objectives. We now have and should explore these new instruments of power. By convening this important session early in the Government of National Unity, we believe that the opportunity has been created to ensure that we have the moral arc of new instruments of power to optimize our oversight role on the effectiveness, accountability, and inclusiveness of government programs. For these, the indicator, as previously referred to, that is SDG Goal 1.2.2, should tie our role of oversight to respond to the outcome of the proportion of men, women, and children of all ages in poverty in all its dimensions according to the national definitions. What Parliament must also ensure, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, is whether it's in the previous administration, the 6th administration, where legislation has been passed by Parliament and previous administration to address poverty, inequality, unemployment, that it is implemented, and that we do not open up an opportunity for counter-revolutionary forces to step in and to take us back in terms of key policy adjustments that has been made. We must remember the reason why in a democratic South Africa we make laws or we amend laws. It must be in the interest of the majority of the people who are black, they are women, they are poor, they are unemployed, and they're faced with this mountain of inequality that they must daily climb. It is important for all members of Parliament, it is important for committees, it is important for the PBO office to influence the policy trajectory of government, and also not only to wait on government to come up with new policies, because Parliament have the legislative power through its committee system to introduce new bills, and also to see that we can be a responsive and a caring government. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to continuously defend democracy if democracy doesn't work in the interest of the poorest of the poor in the country. Thank you very much, and everything of the best with your deliberations.
Let's applaud. Thank you very much, Honorable Frolic. I think I need to be advised here as to, thank you very much, Chair, the issue of photo shooting session now, so that we can be able to continue with the real items that we have to follow. Thank you so much. With this word, I want to invite those who are supposed, all of us to go for a photo shooting session outside the Parliament. So it's a 10-minute thing, or just like that, so that we come back and continue. Let's go for a photo shooting. Just smile. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Now, in the meantime, we can have a working tea, but those who are inside so that we can continue because time is not smiling with us.
Recording in progress.
Let's take a working tea if ever you feel that you can be able to fill up whatever so you can be able to take and then you come back so that we can continue with what we are doing. Be mindful of time because it's moving, and there are those who are having a session in the afternoon. But let's come back so that we can continue. Thank you.
Sorry about the technical difficulties.
Let us be seated so that we can start. As I've said, time is not smiling with us. We are going to the next item, which talk to the oversight global and national practices of multidimensional poverty as a policy tool. So what we are going to do, we are going to take the next two presentations, and after that, we'll be taking a question session, and also if ever there are any input from the participant. So without any delay, I will allow Miss Corinne, if I have pronounced her name correctly, Corinne Mitchell, an Executive Director on OPHI, to take us through her presentation. Corinne, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. So following up with Sabina's presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit more about some experiences that different countries have had in developing measures of multidimensional poverty and using them for policy making. Not all of these will necessarily be applicable for South Africa. The idea is to think about if there are ways to adapt any of these experiences in ways that could inform the context here. So just to briefly highlight what Sabina was mentioning, she shared some results from the Global Multidimensional Poverty Index, which is internationally comparable, but it's not specific to different countries. The national multidimensional poverty indices, the national MPIs, are tailored to the local context and priorities, And so they're the ones that are more often used for guiding policy and reporting to the Sustainable Development Goals. They often include dimensions such as education, health, living standards, employment and social protection. Sometimes children and youth have a specific dimension, environment, social cohesion, basic freedoms. But it's not an exhaustive list. There's a lot of creativity in thinking about dimensions of poverty in different countries. And also in terms of the specific indicators that are measured, the most frequent ones are things like school attendance, years of schooling, water, sanitation, electricity, and housing, but also unemployment, which the SAMPI includes, and sometimes overcrowding or asset ownership as well. So just a couple different examples from other countries in Africa. So Uganda has a national MPI that includes 4 dimensions: education, health, living standards, and employment. And in employment, they include a few different indicators about access to financial services and child labor, and different types of employment. And then because they use the same data set for measuring multidimensional poverty as they use for measuring monetary poverty, they're able to report both and to track the progress in both alongside each other. So the changes in monetary poverty for different regions in the country and for multidimensional poverty. And this can help inform the different interventions that might focus on income versus other dimensions of poverty. Here we have an example from Rwanda, which again includes 4 dimensions, this time on education, housing, public services, and then social services and economic activity. And so they include indicators like garbage disposal, overcrowding, distance to healthcare facilities that aren't included in the global measure, but that they felt were important for their contexts. And then I wanted to highlight, so they've been able to track this over a few different waves, and so they can track the reduction in deprivation, so the improvement in these different indicators from 2010-11 to 2013-14, and then 2016-17, and also look at how the differences in poverty for different regions in the country and how the intensity of poverty has changed across the years. So it's providing you a lot of different information about where there have been improvements and where things might not be improving as much and might need more attention, both geographically and in terms of sector. And then finally, here we have an example from Nigeria. Nigeria, again, coincidentally, actually, has 4 dimensions: health, education, living standards, and then one on work and shocks, which includes unemployment, but also underemployment and security. And they have an extensive poverty map that they developed a website for, with a government website that allows the citizens in the country or elsewhere to explore the poverty patterns in the country to help inform them, but also to provide some accountability for interventions in the country and tracking the progress towards the targets around poverty reduction in the country. So now I'm just going to go through a few different examples of some ways that countries are using the MPIs for policy. Here. So one is to complement monetary poverty statistics. This is from Ghana's first national MPI report, and they again use the same survey for measuring monetary poverty and multidimensional poverty, and this allowed them to do a Venn diagram to understand, in their case, they were trying to understand what percentage of people, which they found was more than a quarter of the population, that was living in quite severe forms of multidimensional poverty, so lacking access to clean water, to adequate sanitation, to schooling, but that was not being considered poor according to the monetary poverty measure. So when their policies were targeted just towards monetary poverty, these households were not being captured. And so they used the Multidimensional Poverty Index as a complement to the monetary poverty to try to reach these households as well. And then it can also track poverty over time. We saw this a little bit with Uganda. This is a more extreme case, I guess, with Paraguay, where they have more frequent updates. And what this allows policymakers to do is to see how poverty is reducing. In this case, you're looking at rural poverty, urban poverty, and then national. And so what you see is an overall decline in poverty levels, but also a decline in the urban-rural gap. And so a persistent gap, but it's still a declining gap. And so this can help track the progress, but also can be used to evaluate some policies and how those are affecting the poverty numbers in the country. And also this gets what's reported to the Sustainable Development Goals. Some countries are also using their MPI to allocate resources by sector or by region. So we'll hear a little bit more about this in the next presentation when Ana Elena Chacon, who was the Vice President of Costa Rica, speaks about her experience. In Costa Rica in 2015, they created a presidential decree that the MPI needed to be part of the budget allocation formula, but they had a constrained budget, so they didn't increase the overall budget at all. They kept the same overall number. But by reallocating, they saw an increased reduction in the MPI from after versus before that, the change. The MPI can also be used for targeting of interventions or programs for different regions, groups, or households. So this is a case from Vietnam where they looked at the intersection of monetary poverty and multidimensional poverty. And then they used this to identify households that would be eligible for beneficiaries for social programs. Basically, they prioritized households that were both poor by monetary measure and multidimensional measure, and were able to allocate accordingly for the different poverty reduction programs. Because the MPI, by definition, covers multi-sectors, most commonly education, health, housing, agriculture, etc. It can also be used as a coordination tool across sectors and across levels. So this is an example from Colombia, which was one of the first countries to have a national multidimensional poverty index. And in Colombia, the president convened a roundtable of the ministers of different ministries that were connected to the poverty reduction strategy. So it's in Spanish, but these are education, health, living, agriculture, work, housing, their social prosperity, their social protection programs, and the statistics, and then the president at the top. And they met regularly to assess progress on both monetary poverty and the Gini, the inequality measure, but also on multidimensional poverty, and then to accordingly adjust the policies based on what they saw in the numbers, and to make sure that everyone was working towards a common goal rather than having different sectors look at different data and maybe sometimes working at cross purposes. So this same, in Colombia, this same roundtable had a system of alerts where they would look for things in the data that were not matching their targets. So maybe the early childhood education had not matched the target that they set for that indicator. And then they developed policies to try to address those alerts. And they did this each year to try to address any issues as they came up, as they set targets for the MPI and then worked towards those targets in a coordinated way. The MPI can also be useful in thinking about the concept of leaving no one behind, because it allows, the methodology, as Sabina showed, allows for disaggregation for different groups within a country and tracking of trends. And so then you can see that if the poorest groups are sort of falling behind and there's increased inequality, or if they're catching up and there's decreased inequality, if there's more equality. So this is from a research paper. This is from global MPI data. But what we're looking at here is different ethnic groups in Kenya versus in Benin. And in Kenya, the poorest ethnic group, the Somali in this case, had also the fastest reduction in poverty. And so they were catching up to the other groups in the country. Versus in Benin, which had the opposite experience, so the trend line goes in the opposite direction, where the poorest groups actually had no reduction in poverty, they stagnated, and the least poor groups had fast reduction in poverty, and so there was an increasing inequality among the groups in the country. So essentially, the poorest groups were being left behind. This is doing it for ethnicity groupings, but you could do it for subnational regions, for different age groups, urban, rural areas, etc. And then we talked a little bit about this already, but the MPI gets reported to indicator 1.2.2 in the SDGs, and then countries also often include it in their voluntary national reviews, where there's more opportunity to speak in a little bit more detail about what the country is doing specifically, because it's not just a number, it's a report the country is writing. And so there you get some more examples of policy uses as well. And then finally, I just wanted to share this last example from Mexico. Mexico was the first country to have a multidimensional poverty measure. And it was a very interesting case. Up until 2002, they did not have any official measure. And then there was a change in government, and they wanted to restructure the government to have more credibility and accountability, especially for poverty figures. And so they had a very comprehensive consultation with different national and international experts. And the Congress adopted the General Law of Social Development, which laid out different social rights. And it also established an autonomous agency that was responsible for the poverty numbers. And then this agency publishes its calculation formula and uses publicly available data so that researchers in academia are able to sort of validate that the numbers are true. And this has enabled more accountability and more credibility for the numbers in Mexico. And then finally, I just wanted to share a little bit about the work of the Multidimensional Poverty Peer Network. So at the bottom is a picture from Johannesburg when they hosted the annual meeting here. The network includes 64 countries, including South Africa, and 19 international agencies. And it has a number of different events that are trying to provide opportunities for countries to share experiences amongst each other about how what's worked in reducing multidimensional poverty, sometimes what hasn't worked. And so, and it's a network of peers. So we're very much open to any other ideas about ways that this could be beneficial for policymakers around the world, and hope that you'll be able to engage. I mean, this roundtable being one example of how we try to share experiences. So that's what I have. I think next, if we go to Ana Elena, is that correct? Yes? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Corinne, for the presentation. Well said, and that is the truth. That's what we know about poverty. So I will take the last presentation before we can go to question session and input. I will allow Her Excellency Anna Helena Kakun, the Senior Policy Advisor to the OPHI and also a former Vice President of Costa Rica, to take us through. We are touching very important people to address the issue of poverty. We can't just touch anyone, but if we are here, you are one of those very important people to tackle the issue of poverty in our country. So without any waste of time, I think she is on Zoom or...
It's actually going to be a video because it's quite early.
Oh,
in
it's
Costa
a
Rica.
video. Okay. No, thank you very much. Let's allow the video to unfold. Let's applaud Her Excellency. Thank you very much, honorable members. We had 3 presentations since this morning, so I want us to go to the question session. If ever we have got any input based on the 3 presentations, it's all of them at once so that we can be able to have a way forward. Thank you very much. It's a question session. Corina is here. Her Excellency is also giving us even the email. And to say that the presentation will be made available to your emails so that you can be able to go through them. If ever there's anything, you can be able to refer to those presentations. Thank you very much. I will allow the question session to take this opportunity. I will start at this side. If ever there's anyone who wants to, any input, it's allowed. I will just a show of hand so that we can be able to recognize you. Okay, let me go to this side. I can see your face is saying something. Yes, you will be number 1. 1, 2, 3. I don't see any hand. Any hand? I don't see any hand. I see. Yes. Let me give you the opportunity to say something. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and Chairpersons, all protocol observed. I'm Chanel from the United Nations Human Rights Office, Regional Office for Southern Africa. So thank you very much for all these discussions. It's extremely useful since, poverty, inequality and unemployment are also human rights issues that we need to solve. And when Corinne mentioned that the MPPN is interested in other policy applications as well, and mentioned also voluntary national reviews in terms of the SDGs, just to note that this type of data is extremely useful also for the United Nations human rights mechanisms. So whether they're treaty bodies, special procedures, or the Universal Periodic Review, the United Nations experts need to know, and other mechanisms need to know this data to be able to make recommendations for policy reform that addresses it. One thing that Corinne mentioned and that Her Excellency also touched upon was intersectionality and how the Multidimensional Poverty Index can capture intersectional forms of disadvantage and discrimination. For example, a Black African woman living in a rural area who has a disability as opposed to a man of a different race living in an urban area. And I was just wondering whether that has cost implications to measure intersectionality and whether this is something that is practically negotiated with the National Statistical Offices in their survey designs. And related to that, I heard Professor Sabina and Corinne also mention measuring or applying the MPI within households. And I was just wondering if the households are drilled down to individual deprivation level. So, for example, that it can capture the differences of poverty experienced by a young woman in a household versus an older man, for example. And then lastly, I was just wondering, when one is crafting a national poverty or national MPI, whether in South Africa, for example, we can draw from current initiatives, for example, the social policy initiatives, Decent Standard of Living Index, which also has a number of questions trying to determine what South Africans value in terms of a decent standard of living, or to put it in UN International Human Rights language, an adequate standard of living. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question. I think you managed to ask a question for all of us. Yeah, you managed to do that. So I will go back to Corinne for responses and also input. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much for the questions. All very interesting. If it's okay, I think I will start, but then I think Sabina, who's still online, also has some reflections as well that she can share. So for your first question about the intersectionality, so the MPI methodology is very easy to disaggregate because what you're looking at is the overlaps for individual households or individuals actually. But how useful that is for analysis depends on the sample design. So it depends on the representativeness of the sample, which depends on the design and also on the sample size. So to that extent, it might have cost implications in terms of sample size, but not in terms of the methodology itself. I hope that answers the question there. I think, Sabina, maybe if you'd like to comment about the individual level and the inter-household analysis.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Sabina, for those responses. And if ever there's anything for Anna, we can be able to email her so that he can be able to give us the responses as he have said. But I think we have to close this session and allow the other one, Chairperson, to continue. I would like to thank you very much for having given us this. It's a good platform to talk about the issue of poverty, because really I think next time we can be able to cascade it downwards to our provinces where the real poverty is happening, so that everyone can understand what the government and also the stakeholders are doing to make sure that we keep the issue of poverty in our country. One said that the issue of poverty is not a political thing, but it's an ethical matter which all of us must look at it and have a way to curb it. With these few words, I want to thank all of you and allow the chairperson, Honorable Ndlovu, to take the next section. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Honorable Sani Ndlovu. I'm coming from Limpopo. I'm the select chairperson of my finance. I'm myself and Honorable Masongani, we are coming from the same province. So it is not a coincidence, Honorable Sylvia. We coming from the province that produced the president of this country. So you must know that it is also our responsibility to make sure that we bring everybody closer, all the stakeholders, in making sure that we deal with the issue of poverty, in making sure that our country, all of us, will learn more from all the countries that have experienced what exactly has been the challenge in their country. So thanks very much, Honorable Sylvia, for the contributions of all our guests in the platform and also inside here. Ma'am Corinne, Michelle, that was an informative presentation. And I think we are doing fine, Doctor, in terms of time. And as I look at it, we were panicking earlier when we were experiencing the challenge in terms of this, the system, whereby I was looking at my chairperson of finance, Honorable Masanga, he was sitting like this. It's like, are we going to continue or not? But I think we are doing fine, Honorable Masanga, and thanks very much. I think we're now going to call upon Mr. Sweli Malai, the Acting Deputy Director, Population and Social Statistics, who's gonna give us the presentation. Yes. So I think we can start with the presentation. Is there any?
No, you can just allow you to share. You can share it. You can share.
While you are still waiting for the presentation, I must also acknowledge my former comrade, Comrade Tony. We served together at COSATU, and I'm happy to see him in this session. And then I think it's indeed, when we said all of us, we must be in one room. Having COSATU, it means that all of us, we are here. Yeah, the working class is here, the poor of the poorest. So the contribution, Comrade Tony, is going to assist this session going forward. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good day, colleagues. My name is Solumlai. I'm here to take you through a presentation and also demonstrate how, as South Africa, how we have taken the global MPI and customized it to South Africa. I'm also going to share with you some of the challenges that we had and also some of the improvement. And I think when we were receiving this invite, I think it came at the right time because we are also going through a process where we are also going through a review. We are going through a review considering that there is some new challenges and also some improvements that we also want to take into account. Just to give a context in terms of who we are, I'm from the National Statistical Agency, Statistics South Africa. We are responsible for a statistical production in South Africa, and our focus is mostly at the official statistics. I think the 4 presentations that have been made, there's been emphasis around the official statistics, and this is where we are. We are responsible for conducting the surveys, the household surveys, including the censuses, and we are also working very closely with our sister department, trying to mine the data that is sitting in our admin records and also working closely with other entities of government. We are producing quite a number of products that are related to different themes. But today I will focus on some of the ones that are key and also critical to the work and the discussion that we are having today. We have segmented our products in terms of 4 themes where we are looking at people, living condition, economy, and environment. And the environment is a key statistical theme that is emerging, that's also giving us an opportunity to, as we are thinking about our MPI or the SAMPI in this specific, that how are we going to also include it into our calculation. Where we are starting, colleagues, we are starting at understanding the population of South Africa. We moved from the 62 million that we got from the census. We do have a product that we are using on between the censuses where we are updating our population. So our population is sitting at 63 million, and in terms of the growth, we are sitting about 1.3% in terms of the growth of the population. We are able to give you a sense of where the population sits, and our 3 big provinces, which is Gauteng, KZN, and Western Cape, collectively they are sitting around 56.8%. And as we all know that Gauteng, in terms of the area size, is the smallest. Whereas when you look at Northern Cape, which have a huge land size, it's sitting in terms of population size, sitting around 1.4. So I'm bringing context because by the time you see the SAMPI and how we're going to review the SAMPI, you will be able to understand the context that I've brought now. We are able to give you a sense also in terms of how stable the provinces are, and also which are the provinces that are actually experiencing a significant increase and which one are seeing the decline. We are saying that Gauteng and Western Cape, there is a significant increase, especially when you look at in the past few years, and compared to the other provinces where they are stable, Mpumalanga, and also looking at Northwest and Northern Cape. I think Sabina and the colleagues, they have already mentioned in terms of looking at poverty, especially when you have to segment it, looking at different population age groups. If you look at the children, we are sitting around 27.5%, and the youth around 33.1%. So this is also key, and I will link it with how we have already done our SAMPI and also looking at how we can also improve it moving forward. As a National Statistical Agency, we are also looking at issues around economy. We are responsible for measuring the economy. We are also responsible for measuring the GDP, which also one of the indicators that we are releasing, including the CPI. So if you look at the latest numbers that we have released, you see that in the real GDP, we have reached its highest quarterly levels in quarter 2 of 2024. This is also a sign that shows us that the economy is also recovering and also growing. In this slide, I'm trying to demonstrate the 30-year, especially now that we are celebrating the 30th year of democracy. So you could see from 1994 up until 2023, looking at this indicator, you will see at the terms of the growth of the economy, where we've been growing, especially if you look at the era around 2010, where we were sitting around 3% in terms of the growth. Then we were hit by COVID-19, and then there was an increase of 4.7, but that 4.7 increase is coming from a low base of minus 6% because of the COVID-19. And now in 2023, we were sitting around 0.6%. How are we doing in terms of our labor force? Looking at the labor force, this is one of the products that we are producing on a quarterly basis. It gives us a sense in terms of how many of us are working and those who are not working. But the key indicator that we are also tracking, which is also key for us, is the indicator that looking at the discouraged work seekers. So we are sitting around 6.2 million of those who are saying that they are discouraged in looking for jobs. And that is why the SAMPI, we have included the unemployment as part of the indicators. We are sitting around 33.5%. This is the official employment rate. When you expand it and then you include the discouraged, we are now seeing that it moves from 8.4 million to about 12.4 million unemployed. So you could see over time how the two indicators are performing, and we are sitting around, with the expanded unemployment rate, we're sitting around 42.6%. I think, Chair, you also said to us that we should probably try to look this, especially at the provinces, and provide this. So these indicators were able to showcase and also gave the colleagues who are in the province how they're performing in terms of these indicators. So the slide is trying to demonstrate between the two indicators, the official and expanded one. And if, for example, if you take Limpopo as an example, you see that the official unemployment rate compared to the expanded one, there is a 15% point difference. Basically what it's saying is that there's more discouraged job seekers in Limpopo compared to Gauteng, where the two indicators are close to each other. So this also gives us an indication of what is happening within the provinces, so that when we are trying to come up with the poverty measures, we are able to know and also have a context in terms of the provinces. Definitely we have to understand how unemployment works in relation to the age groups, in terms of absorption and also labor and participation in the labor market. And the youth between 15 to 24 and 25 to 35 continue to have high unemployment rate. And this we have also seen it even when you look at it in terms of the gender, where Black African women, they are vulnerable to the high unemployment rate. One of the indicators that we're also tracking as a National Statistical Agency, we are looking at those that we are regarding them as between 15 and 24, and we have noticed that 3.6 million of them, they are not in employment, education, or training. And these indicators we've been tracking for the past couple of years to see whether the colleagues or the people who are supposed to be at work or actually should be education and training, and how many of those who are not part of that. In terms of education, we have seen that there's a high transition between the primary and secondary school. However, there's a small transition rate to our technical and universities. So you see that the red color and the way you have in primary schools and the secondary school, there is a high transition, whereas when you get into your university and your technical, you still have a few and small movement. In the past 20 years, the country has done quite a number of achievements, and this is one of the slides that also demonstrate that in terms of the percentage of individuals aged 20 who do not have education. This has decreased from 11.4% to 3.1%. And we are able to also demonstrate this in terms of the provinces and also other demographics. Chair, let's now move to the poverty and also linking it with the discussions that are happening today in terms of where we are and what is it that Status is doing in this space, and also what are the future plans. It's already been mentioned, Chair, that there is a different types of poverty measures, and the MPA or the SAMP in this case is not only to replace the other measures, but is to complement them. So we do have different measures that we are producing. We have the money matrix, the multi-dimensional poverty, that's the one. We do have a subjective poverty and also the Gini coefficient. So these are some of the measures that we're having in our disposal, and they are available on our website for colleagues to also go through them. The latest updated, adjusted national poverty lines, where we're having our 3 poverty lines, where we're talking about the poverty, the food poverty line, the low bound poverty line, and the upper bound poverty line. So we do update these lines based on the new and updated inflation. So we are able to share this, and the colleagues are able to get them also available for all the researchers also that are here also to do even further research, to doing profiling and all those type of analysis. When you look at the same poverty line, at the time when we were running a living condition survey, we were able to tell those who are living below the poverty line were 25.2%, and then those who, food poverty line and the lower bound poverty line were around 40, and 55.5% they were living below the upper bound poverty line. We are able to track and also give some trend lines of these lines over time, and this we've been sharing it with different key stakeholders, including also the presidency and the DPME for them, including also the National Planning Commission, to have an understanding of where are we in terms of the poverty lines. Chair, we always make sure that in our presentation we are also profiling the provinces so that we are able to give context in terms of the provinces, because we have realized that provinces, they perform differently and they have their own different circumstances and also conditions. So we are able to provide all these indicators by province to province over time so that you are able to understand what is happening within the provinces. One of the measures that we are also tracking is the issue around the social grant. And we have seen over time that social grants have picked up in South Africa, especially whether you look at it from the household, meaning that you're looking at the household that they receive at least one social grant. Even if you look at it within, you're looking at it by individuals, and I think my colleague at the back was asking whether we're able to give data at the individual level. We are able to do that by able to give you individuals that benefited from the social grant. You are able to see that the social relief, distress grant, it has had an impact in terms of increasing the percentage or the proportion of individuals who are receiving it. And this, overlaying it with other indicators that we're having, for example, vulnerability to hunger, we have seen that as the social grant is increasing, the vulnerability to hunger is decreasing, which shows you that social grant is playing a very key strategic role in the household by becoming a social safety net for the household. And this slide demonstrating that also to show you that now we're starting to see that social grants become the main source of income in most of the households in different provinces. And we're starting to see that even the salaries, if you look at it over time, they're starting to drop within the household. Hence, you're looking at the number of household and individuals that are in the working space. What drives our consumer inflation? Again, it's issues around food, transport, housing. And this, again, it is an indicator that also shows you, in line with all the slides that I already showed with yourself today, that food, transport, it is a main contributor in terms of our headline rate that we have released now in July. The South African multidimensional poverty, it gives us a sense of an overview of how we're looking at poverty. And Sabina is already giving you a sense of how globally it looks like and what we have done in South Africa. And this was an exercise that we went through with a couple of colleagues and different stakeholders, where we had to agree in terms of how we are going to map and also come up with the SAMPI. We had health, education, living standard, and economic activities, and we have added, as Sabina already said, that for us we have unemployment as an indicator under the dimension of economic activities. So this, it is a one that we have done for South Africa, and we are able to measure it through our census, where we have done it for the past two censuses, where we are looking at 2001 and you look at 2011, and then we have done it even for 2016 with our large survey that we have done, which we call it the community survey. So we were able to give the department and also South Africans in terms of where we are when you look at it by poverty from the multi-dimension. We are also able to profile the country by different provinces, and you are able to map, have a better sense of what is happening in the country. For those 3 data points, we are able to give you a sense of where, in terms of the multi-poverty index. One of the slides that I think it gives a sense and also demonstrates, Chair, how the multi-dimension is so powerful tool to demonstrate, especially the local municipalities. So if you track Msinga as one of the municipalities in 2001, you see that when you move to a 2011 where it sits, you are able to see where it is, and looking at the latest point that we have updated at that point, we are seeing that Msinga has now moved to 24.5%. So here in this slide, we are trying to overlay the poverty intensity and the headcount poverty. We were able to give you a sense of the location of the top 10 poorest municipality in the country, and this is the reason why we are now at the space where we are saying we need to update the SAMPI on a regular basis. Because one of the things that we are getting from our users is that it's good and well to have SAMPI, but if you are not updating it on a regular basis, it doesn't help. So we are now at a space where we are saying that we can't wait for census, which is happening after 10 years, to update the SAMPI. So the question is that what is it that we're going to do as the TSA? One of the things that we have seen, and this is also a reason why we have added unemployment, that in those 3 data points, we have seen that what drives poverty mostly, the biggest is unemployment. So we've seen that the contribution of unemployment in terms of the multi-dimension, poverty has already given us a sense, unemployment has given us a sense as a key indicator that drives the poverty. Last 2 slides, Chair, from my side in terms of improvement. Firstly, we are always learning. We have seen, and I think throughout the day, we have also seen some of the new improvement or some of the new ways of doing things. We also want to also take that into account and look at the SAMPI and see how we can improve. There's current social economic issues that the current government is dealing with. We need to take that into account and see how we also take that into account. I already mentioned the issues of access to the census, which only happen after 10 years. The question is that we need to come up with a way of updating the SAMPI on a regular basis so that we can able to share this with the colleagues. There is also a new dimension that already users are already throwing us to say, think about the environment and the impact of it in relation to the poverty. So this is something that we are also starting to think about it, to say how are we going to take that into account, looking at all the dimensions that we already said. I think, Chair, there was also a question of saying, what about the issues of health and also issues around, disabilities? We also want to take that into account when we are looking at the Zambia and see what is it that we can, because we're working very closely with some of the colleagues who have already done a quite number of interesting analysis around how you look at disability in terms of poverty. So where we are now, we are at the space where we are saying we want to explore an option of updating the Zambia with the survey data. Let us say is in the process of coming up with what we call it the continuous population survey that will able to give us data on a regular basis, especially at the district level, to support the district development model, and it will able to give us data that we are able to disaggregate and able to collect it on a more frequently. This will give us a chance so that we can able to update the presentation that I've shared with you on a regular basis, and also able to disaggregate it, especially at the district level. Chair, I thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Mr. Mulagi. I think, yes, we requested colleagues, all the presentations will be sent to all the participants visually and in the platform. So I think the response from Dr. Janji is also indicating that. I need to be advised because here I can see there's inputs from the industrial practitioners' response to the knowledge. The SESOL, are they here or is virtually? Oh, okay. Okay, can we get the SESOL? In terms of the program, we are given 10 minutes for presentation. Huh? Yes. Cecil? Oh, you are Anglo. Is Cecil here? Can we, I want to check if Cecil is here or is on the virtual. Are not here? They might be online. Can we check? Then if not, then we can allow the Anglo-American to give us a presentation.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and all protocols observed. My name is Vanessa Naika, and I'm representing Anglo-American today. I head up social impact for the group, focusing on the Africa-Australia businesses. For those that don't know, Anglo-American is a mineral and metals organization rooted in South Africa. We've got a 100-year plus history. We're a global operator. And the discussions today, so I don't have a presentation, but it's a discussion. So the discussion today is how business intersects with some of these realities. If you understand mining and where we operate, generally resources don't tend to be in urban areas. They tend to be in rural settings. And that goes across the world. Our portfolio of assets is largely centered around developing nations. We are guests to the host communities that we operate in. And with that comes the need to actually work in partnership and in concert with what our communities, the circumstances around our communities. So typically the communities and where, from a South African perspective, our focus is really around the Limpopo province. We used to be present in Mpumalanga, and that deals with our legacy. If you think of our coal businesses, We support our iron ore businesses in the Northern Cape and then the Northwest through many of our processing through the PGM sector. All of those communities, and I heard just now from the colleague from Stats SA, is centered around districts, very local to districts, and they are nuanced. I think the conversations today were centered around, you've got the aggregate at a global level and a national level, you've got the subsequent provincial segmentation, and then very, very much the district or local communities. I think the work that I do in the space, which is centered around communities, really shows up the piece around the nuances, and we talk about local context. So, and I think what I want to share with the House today is really the prospect that you have to think about local context when you're thinking about development. So you can have generic views like you have with your different sectors and having the thematic areas, but you really need to get very close to understanding that. So that's the first part. Now at Anglo American, we support a vision or a purpose. We're quite a purpose-driven organization, and it's around reimagining mining to improve people's lives. That makes business sense to us, because what's really important is the same challenges that our communities face are the challenges that support our business case. So when you think about, and I've made some notes, when you think about it, it's really around how we think about the just energy transition. How do we think about energy transitions? And on the MPI, you've got energy and the access to electricity as a key indicator. The other thing that we do as a business is think about what are the metals and minerals that support people moving out of poverty into better living conditions. Oxymoron or paradoxical, if you think about it. So we're servicing that, but we also have the realities at our doorstep. And the third angle is around food security. So as we think about the world and the demands of the world, it's really around how do you showcase food security, and yet that is the challenge in the communities that we operate. So as a practitioner, and I'm an engineer by trade, I've always been the operator. But coming into the social side of the ESG equation, it really humbles you to see this connection. So it's about connecting those dots. My program, I'm going to center, I've got little time, I can talk at length, but I've got little time, so I'm going to center around where the team and I spend our energy. When we think about and understand that local communities, if you really unpack it all, is really looking at two things. They want jobs and they want procurement opportunities. And in an industry that's very cyclical, that becomes quite difficult to manage. They're longitudinal. They don't happen in a point, from a point perspective. So that's the challenge of the day. I've grown up in mining. I've spent more than 2 decades in mining. This is my 26th year in the mining sector. Back when I started, the mining sector looked very different. You had lots of employment opportunities. The sector, together with my colleagues at Cecil, that's where I started off my career, was, you had bursary opportunities. I'm a recipient of that. I come from a first-generation home. I grew up in Lenasia, and I was one of those beneficiaries. So I know the premise of what we're talking about and how it can really be that equalizer or that equitable equalizer that we talk about. So bursaries were abound back in the day. You had scholarships, you had the luxury of internships, you had all of those things that seem to have depleted over time, and Stats SA is showing us that data as well. If your social grants are now your largest indicator of household income, that's where we've moved to. So from a sector perspective, the sector works with thinking about these challenges. I'm going to talk about education and institutional strengthening. On the education front, I support probably the largest private sector education support to the Department of Basic Education. We kicked off a program in 2018 that supports about 200 early childhood developments and a further 200 primary and secondary schools. The spend to date is probably in excess of 700 million. And we focus on quintile 1 to 3 schools. So these are your poorest of your poor schools, what we call non-fee paying schools, the schools where government supports with a meal a day and servicing the basic needs around it, around lights and water, etc. And our focus around this is whole school development. So we're not only thinking about learner support from a learner perspective, but we're thinking about how does the systemic change in a school have to come together to enable that outcome. So you're thinking about whole school development, teacher support, getting communities involved, all of them fraught with challenges because they're quite nuanced. But you need the pieces to come together to give you the outcome. So the lesson that I had, and today, having spent that much and with a commitment to spend probably closer to R1 billion in a very short period of time that sees, from early childhood all the way to matric, our grade 12 for colleagues that are international, is about a 12-year process in terms of the life cycle. So when you think about those things, what we're seeing, if you look at the data right now, and I'm data-centric, is that you've got the resources, you've backed it with really strong methodologies and pedagogies, but you're not seeing the impact that you want, right? So that's the frustration. So I don't have a solution. I'm really keen to understand the dynamics, but that's the reality. So that's my education program. Second one, we support 8 municipalities. So part of all of the discussion today is how do you think about the system that supports or that it helps to drive or eradicate poverty. One of the key issues is municipalities. So when we think about local institutional strengthening, Anglo-American in those local districts that we operate in, so, Sansabane or Jomorleng, we would typically go in there to see how not all of the elements, but what would be the key elements that we could help strengthen. So our program is really called Municipal Capability Partnership Program. So not capacity, capability, because the idea here is for ownership and sustainability. What you can't do is replace, the government from doing what it's mandated to do. And this is also challenged. I think often as industry, we think that we can come in and do a program of work and we should have, it happens quickly. That's not the reality on the ground. They really take time, but we're starting to see some green shoots around that. So typically, a program that started back in 2018, only today, you start to see the real data flow through, and hopefully I can pick that up with colleagues at StatsSA so that we can get some validity around it. But therein lies where we support is things around bulk infrastructure, because they, from a mining regulatory perspective, those would be where we would focus. So water is an important issue. And when you think about poverty and eradication of poverty, water is one of those key tenets. So that's the other aspect. So coming back to the challenges, our challenges is partnerships. Our challenges is better integration and coordination. Our challenge is you really need to think about this in a very coordinated way if you're going to have outcome as opposed to just outputs. And I think on that level, I'm really keen and privileged to be part of this discussion, because I think as industry, we are really looking to drive good, to really be partners with our communities, but we don't necessarily see the impact on the ground. You can't see the feel it on the ground, and our communities are telling us the same thing. So remember, every employee of Anglo-American is a contributor and is part of that community. We are not separate to it. So we feel the pains that are on the ground, and a lot of our work is driven as Anglo-American is by making sure that our sustainable mining plan is integrated into our operating strategy. I've got lots to share, and I look forward to the discussions over the rest of today and tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Can we now check if Cecil is here on the visual platform? Can we go to Peter Marisberg, Economic Justice and Dignity?
Is that so? Good morning. Afternoon. Oh, it's good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chair. I do need to say that I wasn't expecting to do a presentation when I arrived this morning. But doing a presentation is always welcome, so I'll jump at the opportunity. Let me start by saying that for the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, which is essentially a civil society initiative around gathering data and putting what we believe to be evidence-based processes into the public space that can then be utilized by policymakers and by others. And for us, the question around intersectionality of poverty is an important one, even though we tend to focus on one particular area. So we would welcome more data becoming available with regard to this process. For 6 years now, the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group have been putting out on a monthly basis what we call the Household Affordability Index. Many of you would be aware of it. If not, we'll give the website. But it's generally reported very, very prominently in the media. I mean, the media reports it very, very prominently. And the reason why we structured this Household Affordability Index, which for us is important, is because in a context of very high inequality as we have in South Africa, we not only need average data, we also need to zoom in on particular sectors of the population. And so our task is to zoom in particularly into the sector which is low income and, of course, working class South Africans. So that's the area we are particularly, we believe we service. And then as part of, we had to decide which area we would zoom into so that we don't try and do an index on everything and then not particularly zoom in to any depth. So we decided on a food basket because from a human rights perspective, access to food is perhaps the most basic of all rights. Without that, I mean, none of us would be around, and perhaps all the other kind of socio-economic indicators would be impacted. Education, health, economic activity, productivity, all of that depends on the base of access to sufficient and, of course, nutritious food. So in that sense, we constructed a food basket, and from a methodological point of view, I think it's interesting how we approached it. There is a lot of data. Of course, Stats SA has got a lot of data, very good data. We don't dispute that. Many universities do research. But the voices of those impacted directly by food insecurity is hardly ever heard. And they are very good researchers. You don't need a degree to be a researcher. You don't need to have a university education. All you need is a good question, and then a means of deriving how can I then get an answer to those questions. I mean, that's at the essence, philosophically, what we're talking about. So we decided to ask women in most of South Africa's metros from low-income households to tell us three things. Firstly, what do they wish to buy for their family in terms of food every month? Secondly, in what quantities? Because depending on the family, you would have the quantity. And number three, where would you go and purchase that food? And on the basis of that, we have constructed this basket of 44 very basic foods that most working class households would like to access every month. But of course, affordability becomes a barrier. and we have working class households, women in working class households who gather that data for us. The data we double check and triple check, and I have never yet come across data that was not particularly good. So that's why I say that ordinary working class people are very good researchers. And that's not to take away from the academic research. I mean, we also need that. But what I'm saying is we need to be complemented rather than only accept data emerging from one sector of the population. So that's the information we put into the public space on a monthly basis. We also track the cost of electricity because electricity is critically important to the preparation and the preservation of food. There is only one budget. When electricity prices go up, the wages doesn't increase. Well, you have to take the money from the food in order to pay the electricity. When transport happens, of course, the same thing happens. And so we try to hear from women how they manage that process. How do they cut back? And it's often a process of cutting back. So just to give just a few statistical data, and I know that Stats SA also looks at this data, so it's not new to them either, is that the cost of that basket of basic foods now in the month of September stands at, now will I find it? Oh yes, here I've got it. The cost of 44 basic foods for a household of 7 is at 5,255 rand. So now it's a question of access. How do we access our food? South Africans are net buyers of food. We might wish it some other way. We might wish that vegetable gardens can provide it. Yes, perhaps we should also encourage that. We're not saying we shouldn't do it. The reality on the ground that we are observing is that most people buy their food. So they're net buyers of food. And the only way they will get food in ShopRite is if they have the money to pay for it. So how does this question of affordability relates? And the question of affordability is we've looked at the national minimum wage, for instance. And so we provide data on that, which Stats SA also does, but we tend to put it into a narrative so that people can easily understand it. And the national minimum wage in the month of September would be something like 4,412 rand. We know that transport will consume something like 36% of that national minimum wage. 350 kilowatts of electricity will consume 23.6% of that national minimum wage, and that leaves 59.9% of the wage over from which food can be bought, and that is 2,642. So therein lies a big problem. And so I was very encouraged by what the lady from Costa Rica was saying around engaging the private sector, because I think the private sector needs to come on board, particularly with regard to what does living wage just mean. And we know that the private sector is not a monolithic. It's not like they all have access to the same amount of money. There are differences. But can we begin to look at that in terms of policy? And can we begin to look at what does a living wage look like in order to ensure that at least at the point of access to sufficient food, that becomes possible for working class South Africans. Because when we do look at our stunting statistics, for instance, it was mentioned that about, almost 30% of our children under the age of 5 are stunted. Already that means that 30% of South Africa's workforce in 20 years from now is not going to be able to compete in the economy. No matter what we do, no matter how much money we push into education, they have, through no fault of their own, already been scarred for life. And that is the reality. So how can we reverse that? and that is access to sufficient and nutritious food. And the answer, the policy prescription, somehow lies between some of these questions. But I do believe that focusing more on multidimensional poverty will allow us to perhaps get better kind of policies that is based on better kind of data. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I tried to check with Dr. Janji in terms of the presenters. I'll request the presenters to mention their names so that you can be able to know who did the presentation from Pizamarisburg, Economic Justice and Dignity, and also request the Anglo-American to also do the same so that we can know who did the presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mervyn Abrahams, and I'm the Program Coordinator at the Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Vanessa Naiker. I'm the Head of Social Impact for Anglo-American, based in South Africa. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dave Perkins. I'm a director at a not-for-profit company called Mining Dialogues 360. The company provides a platform for multi-stakeholder dialogue in the mining industry, which is, as many of you know, is an industry where there's a lot to talk about, but where it's very difficult for stakeholders to find any kind of consensus on many issues. Stakeholder relations often being quite fraught or discordant. Today I want to talk about two experiences, 12 years apart, that I think can demonstrate how a failure by large-scale mining companies or other corporates to properly understand poverty, often because of an over-reliance on monetary measures only, and then the needs of communities, has had negative consequences and can actually undermine the efforts that they make through their social economic development and CSI spending, where they spend large sums of money trying to tackle poverty, but often aren't able, as Vanessa was saying, to discern impact of that spend. The first experience I want to talk about goes back to 20.
Can we ask all those who are outside to come in, please? We want to start now because people are now supposed to go to airport to catch their flights. Welcome back, honorable members and colleagues, our stakeholders.
Recording in progress.
I hope that even at the visual, everybody there is able now to listen to the proceedings as it continues. I know sometimes, Doctor, these visuals, they are very much dangerous. Sometimes you might think that you have people there, whereas you don't have anybody. Somebody is doing the grocery there, left the gadget connected. So, hey, these things, yeah. COVID-19 has taught us many things. I have two questions, particularly to Ndate Mrai. One is no, I've got other ones for mining. On the quality control measures, what quality control measures are in place during data collections and processing to minimize biases and errors in the final statistics? Two, regarding poverty measures, how does SA incorporate poverty data from SAMPI into policy recommendations? And what are the most pressing actions needed to reduce poverty in provinces like your KZN, where poverty remains a significant issue. The other one is when Dr. Mulai was presenting, there was a slide where he spoke about the Limpopo being the poor of the poorest province. So, but I can agree with you, being the poor of the poorest province. On the other side, I'll also take it back to the mining dialogue presenter, Mr. Dave, to say there are 2 districts in Limpopo that are mining districts, your Waterberg and Sekhukhune, which can also be responded by the Anglo-American. Those 2 districts, they are the mining district which we have in Waterberg. We have Anglo-American, we have Northern Plus, the Kumba, and all those things. But the community, I'm coming from Tabazimbi, the community there is suffering. It doesn't show that they have about 15 mines there. And when coming to you find that they will tell you there was a bus that came yesterday with people being recruited. Now they built, there's many locations there to accommodate those who are coming from the neighboring provinces, like KZN and Eastern Cape. On the other side, they retrench. There's a retrenchment there in Tawazimbi. I think it's a Siandabakata, if I'm not wrong, something like that, and Anglo-American. So there is a lot of serious challenges there in terms of poverty. And I also had one of I think it's NYDA, the influx, the social tensions. I think it's Mr. Dave, when he was doing the presentation. Influx of communities from other districts, other provinces. So how best can you assist the Limpopo being identified by Statistics SA being the poor of the poorest, whereas we have the mines? At least if it was people from Norman Mashawan district, because it is within the Limpopo, but to take people from other provinces and employ them in the mines there. And after that, after building those houses, you don't even build the recreational facilities. Where do you think those learners or the families of those families, the children of those families going to go to school or going to play? Because when you build a location, you must also take that into consideration, that their kids must play. They must have parks. They have to have the schools nearby, and all those things. So I think it's one of the things that the mines is not taking care of their own employees, and it also creates a lot of tensions within the area. So I think those are the questions that I think I've posed, and you'll be able to assist us, and how best can we able to deal with the issue of poverty, particularly in Limpopo, looking those areas that I've mentioned. Thanks very much. Can we request the responses in terms of the NYDA? And there was a colleague there who also raised a question. I think we have 3 questions from the floor and 3 from myself, unless if there is any question from the virtual. Can I check if there is any question from the virtual? There is no hand. There's no hand there. So can we get responses? Thanks very much.
Chair.
Chair.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. I think let me start by the question that was asked around what is the role of this civil society. I think from our perspective, the way we are seeing the civil society, we are seeing them as one of the data producers, because they do have data at the local areas where they can give insight. When I'm presenting the numbers, I know there are people behind the numbers, but these numbers, they can actually be able to be explained more through the data that's coming from the civil society. So as a statistician, my responsibility is to provide numbers. And most of our surveys are quantitative in nature. So we're specializing in measuring how many people. We are able to tell you where they are. But the why part of it, which now comes from the qualitative nature of the surveys. My colleague coming from the Peter Marisbeck, you explain it nicely. You know, it's that work that I think we as statistics say, we are now in a space where we are saying we want to build what we call it a space where data producers can be able to come and share and able to assist policymakers and also the colleagues who are working in the space of parliament to understand some of these data sets that we're having, not necessarily only looking at statistics as the only data producers in statistics. We are producing the official statistics, but then we are also able to work with the other entities. So I wanted to bring that perspective to say that's how I'm seeing the role of civil society from our perspective. Definitely the SAMPI, as you looked at it, I think there was a question that was asked at the time when we were doing it, child mortality was a big issue, and hence it was there. And the other thing that I was explaining during lunch is that when we were looking at the SAMPI, we're trying to make it to be as simple as possible, because we don't want to complicate it, because when you're complicating it, it's very difficult to even to measure it. So we are now at the space where we are now looking at, especially the health dimension, to say what are some of the indicators that we can include. And food security, in my presentation, I already mentioned that it is a big thing now. We have to find a way how to bring it in, and it is going to be part of the indicators that we're going to include. So when we get in that space where we are discussing the actual indicator, what is it that we are going to include, we'll definitely reach out to some of the colleagues who are here through the doctor here, then to make sure that you are part of the discussion also. There was a third question that was asked saying, in terms of funding, you know, you're having a little bit of a challenge. You want to make sure that you're updating the SAMPI on a regular basis. We all know that conducting surveys is quite expensive, especially if you want to bring data at the lower level, especially at the district level. It means that you have to increase your sample. Your production goes up. We have already done we have already started a process with National Treasury to see how best they can assist us in making sure that we are able to look at the current survey program that we are running, to say, let's re-engineer the survey program and try to, to streamline some of the surveys that we are running currently, to make sure that at least we can able to save and utilize some of the resources that are having to come up with a survey that can able to give us data at the lower level, while Treasury is still looking in terms of how they can assist us financially to also augment the resources that we're having. So that is the discussion that we're having. We're hoping that, because those discussions are quite advanced, we will be in the position to able to provide a survey that is going to give us data on a continuous basis at the district level, which will able to help us to update the SAMPI, not just only the SAMPI, but even the other indicators that we're having in the country. Coming back to your questions, definitely from our side, when we're running a survey, quality is in the center. We do we do have what we call a South African Statistical Quality Assessment Framework, and this is a framework that helps us to understand the quality from the conceptualization of the survey up until the dissemination. So we do have all the quality indicators, including not only just data collection, but even the way you are doing your questionnaire, the way you are doing your training, including how you're going to disseminate and also putting together the presentation. So you probably have noticed that the way we are writing our report, there's a sort of a standard way of writing it. You know, it is part of the quality assessment. So quality is in the center, and we are also making sure that we are doing. And what we have also done, we are also encouraging other data producers here to say, you can bring your own data to us. We can help you to quality assess it and give you feedback in terms of maybe some of the things that you can improve from your end. So that quality framework is not only for Status A, but it's the one that we have done it for the country, so that all the data producers can able to assess their own products. How are we going to take SAMPI and make sure that it becomes part of the policy? Because we are a national statistical organization, our role is to measure and collect and share the data. Hence, when we're sharing the data, even if it's the data that is being sponsored by government, because most of the data that we are collecting is from government, we share it with all the country and all the sectors. So what we do is that we make sure that we get invited to, like, in this type of meetings. We're making sure that we are availing ourselves to make sure that we go to provinces, we go to districts, and we also go to other different sectors meetings that we are sharing our data. We are not in the policy space, Chair, but we are in a space where we are saying we are measuring and also helping the policymakers to make sense out of the data.
Okay.
So it will be up to the policymakers now to take the data and put it into the policy. And we are here to listen to what the policymakers they need, and then we are going to go and measure that type of. So that is our role in terms of. So then I think the last one, Chair. And I think I mentioned when I was presenting that we are now starting to understand that South Africa is not a one blanket approach. It has to be a way of understanding. You have to have a sense of what is happening in the provinces, but now you have to have a sense of what is happening now in the districts. And to your point, districts within the provinces, they behave differently. They have their own different needs, and they have their own different challenges. So hence the envisaging continuous population survey, we are aiming for the districts because we are because that for them to understand the district better is through the data, and we are able to give them data on a continuous basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave? Oh, you have yours. Yes.
Thank you. Just, I think that covered everything. I just wanted to add one thing because there was a question about why the global MPI includes nutrition when the SAMPI doesn't. It's just based on the data set that is being used. So for the global MPI, we used the demographic and health survey from 2016, which included an anthropometrics module, so measuring height and weight. Which isn't in the census because it's very expensive to collect, and it's not really in any census. So that's the main difference.
Chair, on those questions that you raised from the online people about why when there are 15 mines in Waterberg and Sekhukhune, we still see such poverty. I think we need to remember, as Vanessa said, that most of our mines are located in rural areas, which are by nature very poor, and increasingly so as the economy contracts and as drought and climate change affects the rural agricultural economy. There's more and more dependence, or there's at least a higher and higher expectation of the mines to provide. Now, mining itself is I'm not a defender of mining, but the reality as an economist is that it's a cyclical industry. As commodity prices boom and bust, mines make long-term 20, 25-year investments and need to get a return on capital. So managing the commodity price cycle and maintaining viability during that is quite a challenge. So I think there's a sometimes unrealistic expectation because you see these mines as islands of prosperity in a sea of poverty. You think that they are much more lucrative and profitable than they often in reality are. And I think the expectation of communities on what mines can and can't do for them, including stepping into the breach when municipalities are dysfunctional and are failing to deliver services, I think we need to temper expectations of what mining can do. On top of that, mining is in the doldrums right now, not just because of the commodity price cycle, but because it's in long-term decline. Over 30 years, mining is the only economic sector in South Africa to have an average annual negative growth rate of minus 0.4% compared to the national average growth rate for non-mining sectors of 2.6. So we've just released a document which talks to these issues in conjunction with the Minerals Council. So as I say, I think we need to be it's not about communities being realistic about what they can expect from mines, it's also about mines communicating better about what mines can and can't do for communities. So there's not really much more I can add, but the only other criticism, I guess, would be that because it's a boom or bust industry, typically, or arguably, some mines, when prices are high and profits are enormous, because sometimes they are, it gets paid out as dividends, so the shareholders benefit. It generates more tax, so therefore the fiscus benefits, but wages stay the same. And communities more or less get the same, except to the extent that SLP budgets and things are indexed to profitability. But there is an inequitable distribution of the benefits arising from mining. And what they don't do is put away for the rainy day. So right now, platinum industry is in real trouble. And looking for new markets to try and keep the business afloat, leave alone be profitable. And Vanessa can talk to Anglo Platinum and their experience on that. So just a few sentiments, but it's the same in the Northern Cape. So that Northern Cape iron ore and manganese complex, it's also 15 or 20 mines. But you drive through Kuruman, which is the epicenter of this huge mining industry. You would never know that it is. And that's part of the problem. We're not seeing the impacts. They're not visible. And I think a lot more work needs to be done to understand what those impacts are. Thanks.
To add to that, Chair, and I think Dave summed it up quite well. I think we've got a lot more work to do around communication, around expectations, because I don't think there's a fair understanding from policymakers, from local civil society, and from mining houses on those intersections and what that expectation is. There's a huge amount of responsibility that is often shouldered by mining companies, and obviously I've got a bias coming from it, but that reality then tends to see that, you know, how do all the players come into concert in an ecosystem as opposed to putting all of that responsibility on a sector. And I think that's the conversation that needs to be had. So coming very specifically to your questions, I mean, yes, often we do support infrastructure build, etc., because what we need to do is also create a community that our own employees can live in. And that then talks to the municipalities that Dave mentioned, because you can't do assets without, you know this, with an asset register that government owns through your municipalities, etc. So it's understanding where those responsibilities are for the long term when there's a slump as well, because those assets that we create needs to be taken care of. So you have to think these things through as a life cycle, not necessarily as a once-off. The second point that you raised was around retrenchments. Absolutely, we're a business, and if there's no money to the bottom line, something gives, and often it is around all of the stuff that goes with it, and those are the implications that support, that increase the poverty levels of a local community. So the question then becomes, if this is a key cog in the economy of South Africa, how do we understand mining as a sector better and look through policy making, etc., be able to to weather those storms, because that's the reality of where we play. We also don't play just in a local market. We have to be competitive globally. So you have to think about those things from an innovation and technology perspective that often is counterintuitive when you're dealing with high unemployment. But if you don't do that, then how do you compete globally? So it's quite a complex issue. One of the things that my program, or what we do, is to think about reducing the reliance on mining and creating thriving communities outside your mining gates. So coming back to what Dave said, if mining is on the decline and the rest of the sectors are showing nominal growth, albeit some growth, why aren't we looking at those things? And that's the stimulus. I think the conversation, Chair, should be, those are the realities of mining. Can we understand, put that into the pot when we think about the demands that we expect, both from civil society puts on us and policy makers put on us? That's all I'd like to contribute.
Chair, just to add one other thing without this becoming a mutual backslapping exercise for mining people, and that is that stakeholder relations in the mining sector are bad. You pick any two stakeholders and you can be sure there's not a healthy relationship. That might be a slight exaggeration, but it's more or less true. And it's quite clear, I think, that there's particularly when we say that mining, as our politicians say, mining is not a sunset industry in South Africa. Despite its decline, it's a sunrise industry because of the potential that demand for transition minerals and battery minerals and so on brings. We therefore surely need a new vision for mining, one that all stakeholders can rally around and develop some sort of consensus on what it is we want mining to do for this country and its people. As I say, it is a sector with incredible potential, but if we are to realize it, we have to find a better way of interacting and working towards whatever that new vision should be. But yeah, that's not really necessarily a multidimensional poverty issue directly.
Thank you, Chair. Not much. I think the other speakers have spoken significantly on it. Can I also just become part of the mining discussion? And I agree with what Dave was saying, that mining has potential as the world's energy issues shift. But at the same time, I was in an area in northern KZN recently, and community members took me to an area where there had been a mine, and I won't mention names, and they said this mine has been there for 20, 30 years. And can you see what this area looks like? I mean, so it is true that, of course, the mine paid tax. And part of that tax has probably built the N3. So there is some kind of benefit, but it's not the benefit that the local community see. And so perhaps it is incumbent on mines, as we explore this new, to begin to say, look, how can we better work together? Because I think that one of the important areas around a multidimensional because I think that one of the important areas around a multidimensional to poverty is the voice of the one who is poor, and to what extent does agency become part of that process. Now, it might not necessarily be an indicator, but it's a critical aspect around if we want poverty eradication and a deepening democracy to be connected. So that is just and I just want to something I mentioned to some people during lunch, a new idea that our organization has tried out, and we just at the end of that pilot process, where we moved from the perception, listening to the Minister of Finance speaking in Parliament a couple of years ago and saying The root of our problem is our people are not educated. TVET college trained graduates who were unemployed. And we decided, through the help of some donors, to try out a new idea, and that is that they are now trained. What can they do with that training? And gave them an unconditional cash transfer, which was greater than the poverty line. And that for us was important. If it was below poverty line, it will all be consumed into food and toiletries. It had to be a bit more. And after 2 years, we have seen greater than the poverty line. And that for us was important. If it was below poverty line, it will all be consumed into food and toiletries. It had to be a bit more. And after 2 years, we have seen into an income generating thing. So what they needed at the end of that training was just money. And if they drank out the money or bought KFC with the money, it's fine because the Treasury still got 15% of it back. So, you know, we shouldn't be too worried about what people do with it. Now that's small, Chair. You can't say because that worked in Maritzburg, it will work in Cape Town. We don't have evidence for that. But perhaps we can begin to say, look, can we try such pilots in a few other provinces and see whether we see the same results or not? And if we do see the same results, then that in itself could be an indicator as to where a future, how we can think about the link between training and funding in order to start small businesses go. And then we can begin to think about that. So that's also something that CSOs can do because we're on the ground, we're small, we can try out different ideas. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, can I rope in NYDA on the dialogue? We are on the mining discussions.
Yeah.
And you're talking, obviously you are representing young people.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Quite an interesting dialogue, and I was tempted not to participate on this one because I think we had a discussion during lunch with Anglo, and I think the bone of contention here, or rather the debate, should be around the industry always thinking that as stakeholders broadly, government, be it civil society, we always want to, benefit internally, from the systems of, the sector. But rather bring us to the conversation and say, this is what the industry needs assistance with. And there are different levels to that. And that is driven by the objectives of what the industry seeks to achieve in terms of ensuring that there's growth in the industry. He mentioned that there is a decline in profits and all of that. But you will be surprised in terms of the benefit, direct benefit, that the industry would be able to get from just asking that simple question, or maybe answering the simple question from young people. This is how we need assistance as the industry. And that can turn the conversation around. Instead of seeing, this community as people who are desperate for jobs always and all of that. But if these people come to you and say, we are here to listen to you on how can we best help you to drive your profits, to do better in this community setting that which you are benefiting from, can change the conversation altogether. Thank you.
Okay, I hope that
you are benefiting from can change the conversation altogether. Thank you.
Okay, I hope that I'm going to hand over to Dr. So that you can take us through to the next item.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon once more, colleagues. It's really, Chair, what we wanted. You're steering the conversations the way we really envisioned the setup to be, and we're very encouraged. One of the questions I wanted to ask, but I felt like I shouldn't ask it because we are here to listen, was around the issue from the Stats SA, why or how can we really institutionalize the multidimensional poverty index as driving force of policy development in our country, which in a sense, development in our country, which in a sense, development in our country, which in a sense, it's around the model. But I also wanted to hear from the industry itself to say, when we look at the Costa Rican example, how do we see ourselves playing a role into as a tool? You see the tool itself, and how do we participate as an industry trying to be part of contributing to the tool? There's three kinds of government. We've got executive, we've got legislature, we've got judiciary. But now we are at the legislature side of things. So where we drive, we provide direction to the executive, and we saw this tool as one of the useful tools that can be used as part of oversight. And it would be interesting to hear from the industry, how do you see that, how you see yourself contributing to that. It's just a reflection, maybe the questions can be answered tomorrow, but I think I want to hear that in a very explicit way. How does the industry, civil society, various academia, various society, business, labor, how do you see this tool be useful in trying to drive oversight over real important chair in that regard? So I think my role was to sort of give where we're going from here. We had planned for a hands-on workshop where we'll unpack the MPI specifically and show how it works. But also we recognize that there's a sitting now at 2:32. So hence we had planned for a workshop in hands-on workshop. But I think I would also want to reflect to say, together with our MPI Secretariat colleagues, we aim to really produce a report from these discussions between today and tomorrow. But really, as you heard our keynote address earlier, Chairperson Freud, that the report should be considered and tabled in the House and debated in terms of how it's going forward. So I just reflect to emphasize that. So these discussions, we wish to be built up into that report, and we'll share the report with everybody, but also as part of the national dialogue in terms of how we see the role of oversight in supporting realization of some of the objectives of dealing with poverty in this regard. So please get those conversations, but in a more direct giving solution. And I don't want to say that, but more, how do we see our role as different sectors in addressing this or using this tool as part of oversight in supporting members? Because members of parliament, I work with them a lot of times. I must be careful what I say because I've got two of them. They're not problem driven, which I understand. They more impact, how do we, the constituency wants crime to be reduced in the area. So how is what you're saying going to help them report back to them? So we want this report to help support them in their oversight over time. So this report will work on it over the next few days, a week or two or so. So we really looked at the origin of in the context of MPI and policy as a policy instrument, listen to international experiences, but also South African experience and how it has been developed and can be used as a policy tool. and we want to emphasize the role of it being an oversight tool as well, and contributing, as the keynote address noted, the debate around has been developed and can be used as a policy tool, and we want to emphasize the role of it being an oversight tool as well, and contributing, as the keynote address noted, the debate around coordination, better coordination, collaboration is a very strong thing, and I think it's one of the themes that in Parliament will work a lot around those themes. So it's very encouraging in that regard. So it was very good. So we set up the context, understanding where the origin of the Multidimensional Poverty Index, and how it's been used, and sharing experience from different stakeholders. Now, what we do in the morning, Chair and colleagues members, we start by having getting a comprehensive presentation about using the MPI as a forward-looking the context, understanding where the origin of the Multidimensional Poverty Index, and how it's been used, and sharing experience from different stakeholders. Now, what we do in the morning, Chair and colleagues members, we start by having getting a comprehensive presentation about using the MPI as a forward-looking tool. We use as a forward-looking tool to provide various scenarios in terms of how to go about dealing with poverty, regionalized and localized. Quite deeper into South African situation, again, allowing various stakeholders to share the experience and understanding the key issues. We'll then get a perspective from continental perspective as well, particularly looking at some of this conversation around dealing with poverty. We have Agenda 2063, where it set out clearly how much we want to deal with poverty in its multidimensional perspective. And we see a lot of other countries in the continent, you showed examples, which actually have adopted this model, and we'll get a perspective from that and in the day. And then we'll consolidate some of the key issues. So that's where we are. So the next stage will be to have a hands-on session with the colleagues, where Corinne and the team will maybe 30 to 45 minutes unpack that, and then from there we break for tomorrow morning. So I would really encourage that. Please do come, and members must be here as well, so that we can have, because the tomorrow session is very exciting as well, especially in the morning. We have very good forward-looking approach, which we would love to share with you. So that's where we are, Chair. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Doctor. Thanks very much. And thanks for the presenters of today. We had a successful day in terms of what is it that we need to do in terms of reducing the poverty in our country. And then I think we have learned a lot from all our presenters. Is it Corinne? Yes. Corinne, eh? Oh, Corinne Michel. Okay, thanks, Corinne Michel, from the executive director of OP, and Her Worship from Costa Rica, Ms. Helena, and also the Honorable Maswangani in his absence, my co-chair, who's also the whip of the committee on the Select Committee of Finance and the Appropriation, who's here to stand for the Honorable Chairperson Lefase, and all the presenters, Mr. Soli Molai in his absence, and Mr. Day, the Anglo-American Mining Dialogue, everybody, the public affairs, research, those who letter why, then apology letter, because they are there to serve the country, to assist us, the stakeholders, in making sure that we engage robustly in all the issues that relate to. We must work together. If we don't learn from that, The NYDA, tomorrow they will be marching because they are still young and energetic. You can hear today they are saying, no, I was not interested, I didn't want to engage, but let me say this. Tomorrow they will not come in that language or tone. They will say, we are young people, we are desperate, we want jobs or we want opportunities. That's their nature. All of us, we come from that stage. So we must make sure that everything that we are doing, especially as a stakeholder, let's make sure that when we are invited, we come and do the presentation. Teaching and learning, they work together. And we learn from each other. So if we don't get anything, one of the presentation was to say, we don't need any job anymore. So what is it that we need? We need opportunities. It means business. No, people don't want jobs. And one of the presenters, I think is Helen, Michelle, who's also said, it does not mean when you wake up in the morning going to work, you are not poor. It does not mean that. Yes, because your salary cannot be, accommodative to all of you, because your salary you'll have to share it with your own family and everybody, your neighbors, because some of us, we know how to take care of our neighbors, but you must know your neighbor, So those are the things, colleagues. As doctor, when you invite, tell those ones that you invited, you must tell them to write an apology, because we wrote their names, their companies with their ink, which is expensive. So everybody came here knowing that there's these people just who will be coming and do the presentation. I guess some of them, you know them. Yes, you know them. So when you look at the invitation, oh, this one is coming, let me go. When you arrive here, the person is not here. So those are the things that we must take each other serious. We are policy makers. Policy makers, we know what we want. People on the ground here, they are now yelling at us to say, you said you are going to represent us there. So if you don't represent them, then who else is going to represent them? They must come here and discuss and engage. And Dave, we are going to continue engaging with you until you understand what exactly is needed on the ground. So defending the mine is not going to assist you. So we must make sure that we get what we want. Our communities are suffering there. You are sitting here in this nice office or nice chamber. People are killing each other there because of jobs, because of opportunities. We are discussing poverty. We must have a next session. PBO, we need to have another session. These ones, they must come, and we are going to continue with the dialogue. With those few words, colleagues and honorable member, my whip, thanks very much for your attendance. Thanks very much for your contribution. Thanks very much for your engagement. It was very insightful. Thanks very much. I know from coming from overseas, sometimes you will not know yet whether you are going to land or not, because anytime now the plane can crash. So thanks very much for taking your time to come to South Africa, and we wish you well going back home. And on the visual platform also, thanks very much for your contribution. Thank you, everyone. The meeting adjourned. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. As we said, Chair, we continue with the hands-on workshop, colleagues. So want to stay. It's open for everybody, for anybody interested. It's going to be 30, 45 minutes. Corinne will take us through that. Even the platform, on the platform as well. I see your face say a lot. Do you want a break for today? Huh? Do you want a break for? I'm gonna look at the faces again when I ask a question. Do you want a break, or do you wanna take us through? Corinne, do you wanna summarize what's the hands-on workshop about, so that colleagues can make informed decision? Corinne.
So yes, if there's interest, happy to do this. If not, that's fine. But what I was thinking might be useful was going through a little bit more of the methodology. And then as Sally was explaining, StatsSA produces the numbers, but not necessarily the policy implications. And so the disconnect that often happens is that the policymakers don't necessarily understand all the numbers, but the statisticians don't necessarily make the policy recommendations. So then I was thinking we could have a little bit of a hands-on exercise trying to look at the numbers and interpret them in a way that's useful for policy. That was the idea of the workshop. Yeah.
Thanks, Corinne. So what are we saying? Are we staying for this? How long? 30, 45 minutes. I'm looking at the faces again.
Thanks, Chair Dr. Yankees. I'm just wondering, with the parliamentarians being at the plenary, whether it wasn't targeted at them as well? Because I would love to stay, but I'm not going to be making the policy, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, obviously we had thought more on the tech. Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, obviously we had thought more on the technicians, policy advisors. We're not policymakers, but we are policy advisors, you know, all of us here. We had thought that we would do it without members of parliament. Hence we targeted after 2, and so on. So shouldn't be long, man. Corinne, colleagues are interested. I can see them. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, colleagues are interested. Take us through 30 minutes, 45 minutes. After all, we had planned to. It also built up nicely with the forward-looking tomorrow morning. We have a forward-looking exercise from the economic modeling perspective. So this could also help us a lot in build up towards that, colleagues. Corinne, we give you 30, 45 minutes maximum.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so first I'm going to go a little bit through the methodology. So it's a little bit more technical, but not too bad. There are no equations or anything, I promise. And then we'll get to the exercise at the end and some discussions around that, okay? So the methodology behind the MPI is called the Alkire-Foster method. Alkire for Sabina, who spoke earlier, and her co-author, James Foster. And the value added of it is that it looks at the overlap of deprivations, and so it can measure both the breadth of poverty, but also the depth of poverty. And it can be disaggregated, we've talked about this already, for different subgroups, and it can show the composition of poverty, so what ways are people poor. There are a number of different normative choices, so different decisions that you have to make to construct an MPI. And as we've kind of alluded to, the global MPI takes some different decisions than the South Africa, the SAMPI, which also takes different decisions than any other national MPI. Each one sort of is different because it's for a different context. And so they have different dimensions, different indicators, different cutoffs, different weights, and a different poverty cutoff as well. So how poor do you need to be poor? And essentially, what you do is for each person, you identify whether or not they are deprived in a given indicator, And then you apply the weights to that indicator. You sum across the row of all of their deprivations, and then you compare that to the poverty score to see whether or not they are poor. And you do that for every person for whom you have data in the survey, and then you aggregate for the whole society. That's what we're doing. So here's an example. These are 5 of my coworkers. That's their names. And the idea is that this looks like a very simple data set, right? Something you might get from any household survey, where we have the meaning of the numbers doesn't matter so much for this example, but they have some level of schooling, they have some amount of food, they have some number of assets, and they either have electricity or they don't. And then we have deprivation cutoffs, where we say we want them to have at least 13 years of schooling, perhaps 12, whatever it is, of food, 3 assets, and we want them to have electricity. And so anyone who has values that fall below that is considered deprived in those indicators. They're highlighted as orange if the number is below the number at the bottom of the column. So we're looking down each column. So far, so good? Okay. And we simply make all of the orange ones into 1s and all of the non-orange into 0. So 1 if they're deprived, 0 if they're not deprived. And then we have some weights. Again, this is just a made-up example, so I'm not trying to justify these weights. But the weights, all they do is show the relative importance that we are assigning to the different indicators. So we might say that education is more important than access to electricity, or maybe we say the opposite, or maybe we say they're equally important. It's just assigning the relative importance. Those weights get applied up each column. So each column that was a 1 now has the weight for that indicator. And then we sum across each row. So for each person, they get a deprivation score that is the sum of all of their weighted deprivations. Right? That's in the green. And then to identify which means that they need to be deprived in at least half of the indicators, half of the weighted indicators to be poor. So Anna, Rizwan, and Monica are poor, but Jacob and Usha are not in this example. Basically, if they have a deprivation score that is equal to the poverty cutoff or above, they're poor. That's basically all we do. That's it. There's no more magic. When we aggregate the results, we have a number of different indices that we look at because we think they tell us different policy relevant things. So the simplest is the head count ratio, which H, or the incidence. It's just the percentage of people who are poor. So in this, there are 3 people, the Anna, Rizwan, and Monica, out of the population of 5 people who are poor. And so 3 out of 5 is 60%. Yeah, this is the most simple, just how many people are poor. The slightly more complicated is how poor are the poor? So what is the intensity of their poverty? Because if we just look at how many people are poor, all of the incentive is to help the people who are just below the poverty line because they're the easiest to get above the poverty line. All of the incentive is to help the people who are just below the poverty line because they're the easiest to get above the poverty line. They're going to be more expensive to get over the poverty line. And so what we want to do is reward policymakers, or reward projects or programs that also reduce the poverty of the poorest of the poor, even if it doesn't mean that they actually get over the poverty line. But if their deprivations are reduced, that's still good. And so that's what this is doing. It's looking at the share of weighted deprivations among the poor. And all it does is take the average deprivation scores of the poor people. So in this case, the poor people are Anna, Rizwan, and Monica. So we're taking the average of 0.5, 1, and 0.75, which is 0.75. Yeah, so among the poor, their average deprivation score. And then the MPI value itself is just the product of these two. So we multiply together the headcount ratio, or the incidence, the percentage of people who are poor, and the intensity, how poor are they. And you just multiply those two numbers together, and you get an MPI value, which by magical math properties is always between 0 and 1. So it's a normalized index, sort of like a Gini or something, where 1 is bad and 0 is good. So you want a lower MPI value. And the MPI value is a little bit harder to interpret, but it's looking at, it's giving credit for both reducing the number of people who are poor and also reducing how poor the poor are. And so that's why it's useful. Okay? Yeah, that's everything that's going on behind this. And then this is just highlighting, so if we make a change, so here, here Monica is deprived in assets. So she's getting, which has a weight of 0.2, right? If we give Monica a car and she's no longer deprived in assets, she's still poor because her deprivation score is still higher than 0.5, it's 0.55, but it's less poor than she was before. So the headcount ratio, at all three of these different measures. Okay, that's the method. It's not too bad, I hope. So just a few key terms. We just talked about these different choices about the dimensions, which are just conceptual categories. So you heard us talking about things like education and health, but that doesn't say what we're actually measuring within those categories. So the indicators are what we're actually measuring. So it might be child mortality, it might be nutrition, it might be years of schooling. It's what's actually being measured. The deprivation cutoff is how deprived you need to be in each one. It might be years of schooling. It's what's actually being measured. The deprivation cutoff is how deprived you need to be in each one. How much should be identified as being poor? So the headcount ratio is the percentage of people in the population who are multidimensionally poor. How poor are the poor? And the MPI is, again, it's not a great measure to try to interpret itself. So it is the share of possible weighted deprivations experienced by the poor out of all the deprivations that could be experienced if everyone was deprived in every indicator. We don't expect any policymaker ever to think about, that's just a really long sentence. So basically it's just an index from 0 to 1, where 1 is bad and 0 is good. And it's looking at an adjusted headcount ratio. So both the percentage of people who are poor and how poor they are, the breadth and the depth together. And then, so apologies, there's quite a bit of jargon, which I think it's not as complicated as it sounds. What we call or what this method calls the uncensored headcount ratios is just for each indicator, the percentage of people calls the uncensored headcount ratios is just for each indicator, the percentage of people calls the uncensored headcount ratios is just for each indicator, the percentage of people That's it. So the percentage of people who don't have electricity, the percentage of people who are undernourished, whatever the indicator is. That's all it's saying. The censored headcount ratios is the percentage of people who are deprived in that indicator, and important because anytime you reduce a censored headcount ratio, you will reduce the overall MPI. Because we're focusing on the population. Also get a car, that's not going to affect the MPI. But if you have someone who's poor and that will, and so that's the difference between, is contributed by each indicator. So we can look and say, and we can do this for also disaggregations. So we can say in one province, health contributes more, or electricity contributes more. In another province, school attendance contributes more. And so you might want to have different policy interventions for the different provinces. Yeah. Great. I'm getting to this is the main table of results. So the MPI itself is 0. Remember, this is an index from 0 to 1. It represents basically an overall level of multidimensional poverty in the society. And it's the product of the next two numbers. So incidence, they experience on average 40.9% of the weighted deprivations. So their average deprivation score is 40.9%. That's the intensity. And then basically we just took the 62.9% and multiplied by the population of Nigeria in 2022 to get the number of people, because it's all well and good to think about population sizes. You also want to consider the population. So the number of poor people. Also in Nigeria, so the number of poor people. Also in Nigeria, so the number of poor people. Also in Nigeria, at the time when this was launched, the then president had a policy about bringing 100 million people out of poverty. And so that was part of the other reason to focus on a number. Okay, these are the indicators for the Nigeria National MPI. You can find something similar for South Africa. I just took Nigeria to have something different. So each of these numbers are the percentage of people who are poor, and say that 28.7% of the population in Nigeria is poor and deprived in nutrition, and which in this case means there's someone in the household who is undernourished. Whereas cooking fuel has the highest. That's usually the case. Cooking fuel is usually one of the higher deprivations. And so more than half of the population in Nigeria is poor and uses solid fuel for cooking, which is the cooking fuel one. Whereas years of schooling is relatively less of a problem. Only 13% of the population are poor and don't have someone with at least, I believe it's 6 years of schooling in their household. Yeah. This is a chart showing the percentage contribution and comparing national, urban, and rural. And so what we can see is that there are different patterns for urban versus rural poverty. In rural areas, for instance, water contributes much more to poverty, relatively speaking, as does school lag, whereas in urban areas, again, relatively speaking, unemployment contributes more to poverty. This chart is a bit deceptive, isn't the right. The differences between urban and rural poverty, because almost always, these are normalized to 100%, right? But almost always, rural poverty is higher than urban poverty, which is also the case in Nigeria. And so while it might look like, for instance, that food insecurity is a bigger issue in urban areas, that's as a percentage of their poverty, but it's probably actually a bigger issue in rural areas if you also consider that basically the height of that bar would be much higher. So you need to kind of look at both. And then here we have, they don't call these, I forget what they call them, they call them zones or something. So different subgroupings in Nigeria, groupings of states. And so we can look at them and see of these zones, the Southwest seems to be the least poor by incidence, but it's not necessarily the lowest intensity. The lowest intensity is Southeast. The highest MPIs are tied between Northeast and Northwest, but there are significantly more number right, as well as the level of poverty, right, as well as the level of poverty, as well as the level of poverty, as well as the level of poverty. I can share, let me share my screen. Basically, I'm going to suggest that you look at a briefing for a country and analyze them for yourself and think about how you would interpret the numbers that are presented for this country and what policy recommendations you would make. Know South Africa really well, and the data is a little bit old, so it might not be so interesting, and the global MPI for South Africa is quite low. If you want to do it still, you can, but yeah. So, hold on.
You get to the exercise, maybe we can ask colleagues, do you understand it?
More
Vanessa?
question, thank you.
More questions?
More question for Corinne.
Yep.
Yes. So, Corinne, I think I'm comfortable with the matrix and how you deal with it. Am I correct in understanding that those indicator numbers, you can select it as a country, so it's not fixed and firm that it needs to be 1/8 or we decide? Is that the idea?
For the national MPI, the country decides.
Yeah.
Exactly. For the global MPI, we keep it the same for all countries so that we can compare.
How would you make the comparison if I go different to South Africa?
For the national MPIs, they're not comparable. Okay. It's like a national monetary poverty measure where the US use a different one than Europe or whatever. But for comparison, you can look at the global MPI, and that uses exactly the same structure everywhere so that it's easier to compare. Yes, I think Aliyah online.
Okay.
Yes, this is Aliyah from the Multidimensional Development Center. I just wanted to ask, so you mentioned at the beginning that an important contribution of this method is that it enables us to measure the
Yes, so it's a good question. In theory, yes. So there is if you go to the original journal article about this method, then in principle, you could look at, you could make it not binary, right? This is taking a binary approach to the deprivation cutoff of ones and zeros, but you don't necessarily have to do that. But the challenge is that in the real world of data, it's almost never possible to do that because the type of data you would needs to be data that is completely numeric in a meaningful way. Whereas if we have data that is, do you have electricity, yes or no? Do you have a toilet, what type of toilet? it's much harder to assign numbers to that allow you to look at depth. So in practice, that's not really done that way, but in principle, it would. It's just a matter of data. Yeah, if you go back to the original article, which I can put the link in the chat, it explains this a little bit more.
Thank you. I'm sorry to ask a follow-up question. So like with schooling, is it possible to do that? Like with videos of schooling and things, would it be possible? Or like with nutrition?
Yeah, so it would be for those ones. You wouldn't, I'm not sure how you would think about sort of doing it for some indicators, but not others. But yes, you could try, yeah. But those are the types of ones where it would work, yeah.
Another question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. I just wanted to ask, when we started off, you were looking at the indicators and at the very beginning, and you were giving them a score of 14, 13. How is that determined? Do you have some kind of I don't know, a template or index of how do you? The very first step where you look at the indicators individually, and you give them somebody, yeah. For example, for schooling, how do you determine somebody gets 20 versus 10? Is there a standard method which?
This matrix is just a matrix of data, essentially. So it's just of people answering the question, which might be how many years of schooling do you have? And so it's just them saying, I have 20 years of schooling, I have 10 years of schooling, whatever. At this point, we're not imposing any of our own judgment onto it. Where we impose judgment is here, where we set a deprivation cutoff, in this case saying, this is sort of a ridiculous example because we wouldn't really say you have to have 13 years of education, but just go with it for this purpose. Here, the deprivation cutoff is where we're imposing some judgment about how many years they should have. And so it is a normative choice of how you choose these cutoffs. You can use national laws most often. So if you're doing a national MPI, it makes sense for it to be based on whatever laws around compulsory education you might have, or policies around them, even if they're not laws. In many cases, there are global standards that the UN says about, for instance, what does clean fuel look like, or what does adequate sanitation look like, some things like that. And otherwise, you could do some focus groups or discussions with people in the communities or experts or academia to try to understand better what the cutoff should be for the particular context you're looking at.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Typically, what are some of the questions you would ask for the food one indicator, how to get that rating? I can get the schooling years, probably assets as well, but
yeah, this is just made up for this example, but usually food secure, so usually there's either a question, an indicator on nutrition, in which case it's often based about the anthropometrics. So if people are either underweight or severely underweight, it's the Z scores, or for children it might be about them being stunted or wasted. Or alternatively, if anthropometrics aren't available because they're more expensive, it might be using the food insecurity experience scale, and using the data from that in which they say that they've skipped a meal, things like that.
can I ask another question?
Yes.
I'm really trying to understand. Just by way of illustration, you spoke earlier about the uncensored head count ratio, and if you make a difference there, it could reflect in the measurement. Like as an MPI, did I understand it correctly?
The censored head count ratio will always reflect in the measure. The uncensored might not. It might not. The censored is a subset of the uncensored.
Oh, okay. So the uncensored will, okay. Thank you for clarification.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to condense what is usually a 45-minute lecture down to much simpler.
All right. There's another question in the back, sis.
So I'm Susan from the University of Cape Town. My question is on the weighting of the dimensions. So you find that the health and education dimensions are weighted quite highly, and the living standards dimension has the lowest weights. But you find that that difference in weighting also plays a part in the contribution of the indicator to the MPI. So I haven't done anything with the South African data, but I've done something with the Kenyan data. So with the global MPI, you find that nutrition has the largest contribution to the MPI. But if you put the indicators at equal footing with the same weights, you find actually it becomes like the third smallest. So I think it also comes back to the question she asked before, because you might find that the proportion of people who are actually deprived is quite small, but because the weight is big, it actually ends up contributing much to the MPI. So I guess what I'm asking is, what is the framework behind the weighting of the dimensions and the indicators?
Yeah, it's important, and it's the most common question we get, and so it's important to be transparent about what the weighting is. Even if you make things equally weighted, that is a judgment, right? That all of the things are equally important. There's no way kind of around the concept of weighting. You have to give some relative importance to them, and you can say they're all equally important. You can say some are more important or some are less. What the global MPI does, which is also what most but not all national MPIs do, so for national MPIs they can do something else, but what the global MPI does is say that each dimension is equally important. So health is equally important as education, is equally important as living standards. In part, this is because the global MPI kind of evolved from the Human Development Index that was earlier and had the same dimensions. And then it says, so we think these concepts are equally important, and we think the indicators within them are equally important. And so we're going to give weight, we're going to assign equal weights to each indicator within dimensions. But that means that because there are more dimensions in living standards than there are in education and health, that each indicator in living standards is relatively less weight. If you gave them equal weight, you would be saying that living standards is more important than education or health. So there's sort of a trade-off. So the global MPI starts from the dimensions and thinks that they're equally important, but you don't have to take the same judgment. You can do whatever judgment you want. For instance, for the Namibia National MPI, they have equal weights for dimensions, but then within them, they did consultations with the Ministry of Health and Education for their respective dimensions. And based on the policies of those ministries, they said, we think this indicator is more important than that indicator. So we think, I forget what it was, like access, food security is more important than distance to health clinic or something like that. And they assigned different weights for the indicators based on that. You could also do it based on consultations with other people but that's the concept behind it. Any other questions?
It's quite impressive. The colleagues are asking a lot of questions. Shows the graveyard still doesn't work today. Eh? So are you going to do exercise, or we?
What do you think? Do you want to do an exercise, or are you good? You want to do the exercise?
Maybe let's break. I don't know. It's 22 to 4 now. Maybe let's take a break. I think also, I mean, I feel bad that we kept you, presenting for a long time. You already did 3 or 4 papers. So let's give Corina some break, colleagues, and give her a round of applause for that. Thank you so much. So we can continue tomorrow with the day 2 sessions. So please try to be on time. I know we started late today. So Friday often members finish early, so it's better we start so we can finish early as well. And we want to capture as many of them. But thank you so much once more. I look forward to seeing Dave. Oh, yes, sorry, I apologize. Yes, in the program, initial program, we're gonna move to a different venue, but we've made sure that we use the same venue, so we're coming here tomorrow. So please let other colleagues know that we decided to use the same venue for the sake of consistency and lack of, not to create confusion in the morning. So we're using the same venue tomorrow, this one.
Should we not send an email out just in case?
Yes, I'll ask, I think Tsepo and Kagiso will pick that up. We'll send an email to other colleagues that we're using the same venue. But thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of our afternoon. See you tomorrow. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you so much.